Should I start over? Sure. Okay. The time is now 6:32 p.m. Central Standard Time on Wednesday, August the 19th, 2026. I, Dora Mata Rodriguez, Secretary of the Board, call this regular meeting of the Pearsall Independent School District to order. Let's do roll call. All right, Lionel Gandara. Mr. Gandara, let the record show that Mr. Gandara is not here currently, but he will be walking in due to funeral services. Diana Hughes. Dora Mata Rodriguez, here. Adrian Ramirez. Here. Juanita Rendon. Here. Marco Reyes. Let the record show that Mr. Reyes is not here today due to work obligations. Logie Rodriguez. Mr. Logie Rodriguez, let the record show that he will be walking in again due to work obligations, but he will be attending. So we currently have 4 members of the board present, and that qualifies as a quorum. So let the record show that 4 members are currently present, and 1 member will be absent at this meeting. The meeting will now proceed. This meeting is being held and has been posted in accordance to the Government Code Chapter 551, the Texas Opens Meeting Act. If during the course of this meeting, the board determines that a closed or executive session is required, such session may be held as authorized by the Texas Government Code 551. We will now do the invocation, and I will lead in that. Again, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your presence at tonight's school board meeting. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather together, we invite your presence among every one of us. We ask that you grant us clarity of thought, unity of purpose, and wisdom in our discussions and decisions. May you provide us with resilience and focus to best serve and support our Pearsall ISD community with trust, respect, and excellence. We also ask for your support and blessings as we embark upon a new school year. Provide every one of our teachers with wisdom, patience, and great health in order for each of them to grow all of our students. Bless our school administration and support personnel with strong leadership and commitment for continued success of our Maverick community. In closing, Lord, we thank you for providing us with a very fruitful and productive last school year. May your presence be heard and felt during every one of our school celebrations of academic achievement. In your holy name we pray, amen. All right, Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The board will now hear comments from those people who have signed up to speak. Notice of all board meetings designates a portion of the meeting to hear public comments on items listed on the agenda for consideration. No presentation shall exceed 3 minutes per agenda item, except for a speaker who requires the use of a translator, who will be allowed a maximum of 6 minutes per agenda item. During the public comment portion of the meeting, the board will listen, but will not engage in dialogue or debate with the speakers. Speakers with specific complaints or comments about identifiable students, employees, or officials of the district will be directed to the appropriate district administrator and or the district's formal complaint process. The board expects all members of the audience to behave in a polite and orderly fashion during this and all other portions of the meetings. Speakers who use profane, obscene, threatening, or abusive language will be ruled out of order and asked to discontinue their comments. Disruptive conduct will not be tolerated. We will now hear public comments.
We have 1 speaker signed up to speak. That is Mr. Armando Perez.
band was 57 members. Today, we are at 107. In 2023, the entire junior high band number was at 114. That's across the beginner band, the A band, and the B band. Today, that number is 188. The school board told me to grow the program, and I think my staff and I have done our part in recruiting and retaining students with the help of the music teacher at the intermediate. I'm here to ask Dr. Spohr and the board to continue to support the growing program by allowing us to have our fourth position back. We are really struggling right now with the amount of students we have. We are being pulled in every direction, and I am legitimately worried about efficiently teaching all these students. Not to mention the safety concerns. We really do need our fourth director back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bettis. All right, so that will conclude our public comment. So we will now move on to presentations. All right, we will start off with accountability ratings. We will hear the presentation on the 2026 TA accountability ratings, yay, from Ms. Alejandra Ramirez and Ms. Amanda Lopez.
to this year. It also does relative performance, comparing to other demographically similar schools. And then we're measured in domain 3, which is closing the gap. That's the one where that sets us up for that school improvement signal, or the distinction that we might get with that. And that focuses on those subgroups, making sure that they're meeting the performance achievements that are set, the goals that are set. So all this information, this is just an overview. You can dig really deep into all of the domains by going to texasschools.gov. This website is open to the public, to parents and communities and so forth. This is just kind of a step-by-step on how you can access where you go to it, how you can explore. You can look at Pearsall. You can compare it to other districts, how they've done, how we've done historically. This is not just current year data you'll find historic data as well. And there's also types of other tools and reports where you can download that information. And so when you go to the website and you pull Pearsall ISD, you're going to see that overall rating of a C. And Ms. Alejandra here is going to kind of talk a little bit more about what we're going to do to help maintain that C and also move beyond that. Let's get to that B and that A.
So for this coming year, we're going to be super focused on just growth and making sure that we are providing intentional teacher coaching in math and reading, but also science and all core subjects. Main thing to focus on is also the foundational focus of early literacy and early math, and then also building those interventions to just build that strong core, but making sure that we're not missing any students along the way. Another area that we're going to ensure that we're focusing on is our middle grades and the focusing on student tracking between all grade levels, not just 6th to 8th grade, but seeing where exactly we're getting those all of our points in each domain. And then the main thing is curricular alignment. How are we transitioning from one grade level to the next, vertical alignment between campuses, and ensuring progress monitoring throughout the whole school system. So our main key takeaway is being strategic with our focus and instructional alignment, so that way we're generating positive gains throughout our school years. So some of our main strategic priority areas for elementary is right now our K-5 RLA, high quality instructional materials. We are now full rollout into that implementation. I've already started to go into classrooms to see exactly where we're in our scope and sequences, and how the students are going through the material, and how we can best support our teachers as well. The other priority area is going to be our math and vertical coherence between every single grade level. So also from 5th grade to 6th grade, and 8th grade to Algebra 1. But our main thing is also our focus on Algebra 1 and moving for our 8th grade students to be proficient in that too. The other section will be our secondary readiness, or CCMR, and building those strong pathways and building EOC preps. And most importantly for our, of course, domain 3 is our subgroup and support for our students, inclusion support for our students with IEPs, our emergent bilingual students as well, supporting every single student that needs enhanced interventions. So what I really want to convey is just the importance of our collective commitment amongst all of us, making sure that we're providing data transparency and equipping the teachers with what our student performance looks like in real time, and adjusting as we go. The next thing will be our PLCs. How are we using that time and being strategic with our weekly data meetings, and not modifying, but adjusting our instructional practices to best support the needs of all of our students. And then, of course, making sure that we're being transparent and with our milestones and connecting everybody together. And that is what we have today for accountability. I am very proud of all the hard work that we have all done collectively, because this is not something that is, how can I put this? It's not something to not celebrate. Is such a good thing to ensure that we all are on the same page. But yeah, thank you.
All right, we will now move on. Again, thank you, ladies, for that presentation. Very well earned, so thank you. All right, we will now move on to the defeasance proposal. And so we will now hear that information from Ms. Esther Young.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. As you said, I'm Esther Young from T-TESS Financial Consulting, filling in for Robert, who surely wishes he could be here instead of me, but thank you for letting me join virtually. I appreciate it. So we're here tonight just to discuss a cash defeasance, which some of y'all might be familiar with. The district just recently closed one. But just for clarity, we'll kind of go over what a cash defeasance is. So if y'all have a copy of our presentation, it's very brief. A cash defeasance is a financing tool by which outstanding bonds can be paid off early with excess INS revenues or fund balance that the district already has. It allows the district is a tool to help manage their INS tax rate. And some of the benefits can include paying off outstanding bonds early, which could provide some debt service savings for the district. Sort of like paying off a mortgage or a loan early, you can save some interest costs there, which creates future borrowing capacity and helps manage your INS tax rate. The defeased bonds are no longer treated as debt payable by the district. So once that defeasance closes, the escrow agent, which will be a bank, not the district, assumes the payment of those semi-annual payments to the bondholders. So once a cash defeasance closes, the district transfers the cash to the paying agent or escrow agent bank, and it's essentially off of your record books. So you're no longer responsible for that debt. For bonds which are currently callable, which means we're within 3 months of their call date, the district can pay off the bondholders directly without using an escrow account. Cash defeasances have been the topic, a hot topic in previous legislative sessions in the state, and they may be looked at again in the future. Removing the tool from school district does prevent some early repayment of bonds and takes a kind of a tool out of the kit for managing your INS tax rate. So for Pearsall ISD, the district's fiscal 2027 INS tax rate, so this is just the INS portion of your tax rate, is 0.1548. The projected fiscal 27 tax rate, if we don't do a cash defeasance in 2027, so just a natural change as you're naturally paying off debt based on the original schedule, that rate would naturally fall to 0.1091 from the 0.1548. So if we do the defeasance, the cash contribution the district would give is what helps support that slightly higher tax rate. So we'll flip to the next page. You'll see the district has 3 outstanding series, 2015, 2017, and 2020. Now, earlier this month, we actually closed on the defeasance, which redeemed a portion of the outstanding series 2015. And that defeasance, in addition to helping manage the tax rate, did save an interest cost of about $200,000, just over $200,000, which is not insignificant. That's excellent savings. So this time we're looking at bonds being defeased out of series 2020, which you'll see highlighted there in a green box. The call date for those is in 2029, February of 2029. So the cash, if the board chose to move forward, would go into that escrow account I mentioned earlier. It would come off of your books and the bank would take over paying it until that call date. So on this last page, page 5, this is just a little more of a detailed view of what we're discussing. So kind of in the first big column to the left, you see the district's NAV, the net assessed valuation, which the district has provided. We saw a slight decline there, just over 5%, not as much as we've seen other places, thankfully. And then you'll see the outstanding INS debt service there with a little bit of state aid that we expect to come in. Now, the defeasance that we're considering, that we're discussing for 2027, you'll see that column just to the left of the green box says plus the cash defeasance contribution. So the district would contribute that $889,205 out of existing INS funds that you will have already received by then, just your normal INS tax collections, that will defease that debt. And in the green outlined box, you'll see those are the cash flow savings that the district would realize from making that contribution early. So our preliminary analysis assumes a closing next summer, so July of 27. And we would see about a 3.7% savings from the original debt service. So you would save about $30,000 of debt service. To the right of the box is what would still be outstanding after this preliminary proposed defeasance. And then you'll see right there, which is the target, the required INS tax rate. So you'll see that making that $889,000 contribution keeps your tax rate right up there at the 1548 that it was in 2026. Again, this is just for discussion tonight, something to think about. We just closed the other one. We'll have the opportunity to do another next summer if all the legislation stays the same. But that was kind of a lot of words I threw at you guys. So now I'll take a breath and I'll see if y'all have any questions.
Are there any questions, ladies? So again, if we decide,
And again, we still have till July of 2027.
Yes, so bond counsel would prepare a resolution that we would bring to the board. They would bring to the board about a month or two in advance of the defeasance. The district finance staff would let us know when they have the funds ready, when they want to target that closing date, and we can move pretty quickly from there to close the defeasance.
All right. Well,
If I may, one of the things that we will be talking about on the 31st when we set the tax rate and adopt the new year budget is what this defeasance would do to fund balance, because that would be where we would draw from. So it would be part of this current year budget, because talking about doing it for next summer would be in this new year budget that we will begin in September. So we will bring to you the opportunity to include this defeasance in the budget on the 31st.
thank you for
clarifying that.
Any other questions?
None? All right. Well, thank you so much for your time and providing that information to us.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all for having me.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So if there's no other discussion, we'll move on to monthly financials. We will now hear the monthly financial presentations from Mrs. Lisa Fernandez.
This is a combined funds board report as of July for the following funds. General operating funds, 180 for athletics, 181 for the swimming pool, 182 for band, 199 for the general fund, as well as Special Revenue Fund 240 for the food service program, and Interest and Sinking Fund 511 for debt service. This is a comparison of revenue to budget for the general operating funds. In July, $718,783.92 was received from revenue from local and intermediate sources, which is the bulk from tax collection. $148,803 was received from state programs, which brought the total revenue received to $867,586.92, which was approximately 87% of the total estimated budgeted revenue. Next is continuing on with 7,900 revenues, and we received an additional $25,648.94 from indirect costs from special programs. This is a comparison of expenditures encumbrances to budget. It's broken down by function as well as object codes, and as mentioned in previous reports, there are some functions that are over in certain object codes and or overall due to the various reasons, which included salaried employees going to hourly, also the absorption of the SPED co-op to 199, which included payroll, encumbrances, and expenditures, and other examples as presented previously. Those will be addressed next week with the end of the year budget amendment. On this screen, you'll see function 11 for instruction, 12 for library. I'm sorry, can you go back? 12 for library, 13 for instructional staff development and curriculum, 21 for instructional administration, and 23 for school administration. Function 11 had an encumbrance of $82,426.22, an expenditure of $144,340.42, an expenditure to date of $10,955,082.95. Function 23 for school administration had an encumbrance of $89,310.84, an expenditure of $134,967.78, and an expenditure to date of $1,759,852.90, which was approximately 90% of their budget.
Excuse me, Ms. Lisa Fernandez. Let the record show that Mr. Lionel Gandara is now present at 7:05 p.m.
Next are functions 31 for counseling, 32 for attendance and social work, 33 for health services, 34 for pupil transportation, 35 for food services, and 36 for co-curricular activities. Function 34 had an encumbrance of $98,219.81, a current expenditure of $162,792.57, and an expenditure to date of $787,888.51. Next are functions 41 for general administration, 51 for facilities maintenance and operations, 52 for security guards or safety, 53 for tech, and 61 for community service. For July, function 51 had an encumbrance of $1,071,104.14, a current expenditure of $1,264,570.52, and an expenditure to date of $4,342,949.88. while function 53 for technology had an encumbrance of $68,447.84. Current expenditure of $70,627.56, and an expenditure to date of $772,775.03. Next are functions 71 for debt service, 81 for facilities acquisition and construction, 93 for member districts of shared service arrangements, 95 for JJEP, and 99 for the appraisal district. In July, function 71 had an encumbrance of $98,650.83 with an expenditure to date of $334,694.93. Function 81 excuse me, had an encumbrance of $19,527.40, a current expenditure of $24,776.10, and expenditure to date of $187,986.81. For the general operating funds, total encumbrance for the month of July was $1,858,305.92. Total current expenditure was $2,390,504.80, and a total expenditure to date of $25,484,936.97, which was approximately 80% of the total general operating funds budget. There were no other operating expenses as shown on this screen. Next is a comparison of revenue to budget for the food service program. Total revenue received for July was $14,603.97, which brought the realized revenue to date to $1,844,243.88, which was approximately 79% of the total estimated budgeted revenue. Next is a comparison of expenditures and encumbrances to budget for Fund 240. This fund uses functions 35 and 51. Currently, there were no expenditures or encumbrances for 51, but function 35 had an encumbrance of $278,924.65, a current expenditure of $25,014.54, and an expenditure to date of $1,864,499.47. They have spent 80% of their budget. This is a comparison of revenue to budget for the interest and sinking fund 511 for debt service. In July, $340,030.68 of revenue was received, which brought the realized revenue to date to $3,295,789.45. This was $96,000 more than the total estimated budgeted revenue. For the INS Sinking Fund 511, we used function 71. In July, the encumbrance was $330,100. There were no current expenditures, and the expenditure to date was $1,906,100. They've spent approximately 57% of the budget. The final payments will be made through August. Continuing on with the schedule of general fund certificates of deposits, amounts invested this month were took me to the next page, just give me a second. Were $30,500,000. Interest accrued at the end of this month was $96,766.71. Total value at the end of the month was $30,596,766.71. Next is the schedule of interest and sinking fund certificates of deposits. Amounts invested this month were $1,327,731. Interest accrued at the end of the month was $4,295.55. And the total value at the end of the month was $1,332,026.55. The last report is the general fund investment in the Lone Star Investment Pool. Interest earned for July was $3,854.23. Total interest earned was $42,234.03. And total investment plus year-to-date interest earned was $1,185,853.51. This concludes the July 2026 financial reports.
This is Ms. Fernandez. Does anyone have any questions on the information that was presented? No? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now proceed to the superintendent's report. So we will now hear from Dr. Spoor.
And while we're getting this pulled up on both of the screens, thank everybody for their patience with the technology. Gotta love it. So I'm just gonna give Ms. Lucero the thumbs up to go to the second screen. So welcome back, Mavericks. We had our convocation, hard to believe it was on the 7th, and now we are on the 19th. So lots has happened since we started back with our teachers the first part of this month. You can see here some pictures that we have from our convocation. We had junior high and high school dance team and cheerleaders. We had the drum line there. We had a lot of celebrations in our roll call. Our mayor came out to give some words. We also had our Education Foundation came out and gave a raffle to one of our teachers. And later on this week, before Friday, all of our employees are getting a gift card from the Education Foundation from H-E-B. We're excited for that. We also, the board was able to celebrate giving folks a nice stipend here at the beginning of the school year, which I know was much appreciated. So we've got a couple board members there showing off. And then you can see some kiddos coming back to school, a little sleepy first thing in the morning that first week, but everybody was happy and excited. And some other pictures from our some of our staff development. Next slide. So enrollment, I will say it's our starting point, but not our whole story, because we have kind of a trend. We started looking at 24, 25, and 26. Where are we on the start of the school year versus the end of the school year? So from 24 to 25, you can see we grew 3.5%. We started at 1849, we ended at 913. Last year, we started at 1758 and we ended at 1879. So we had a higher growth, but still a bit of a dip in our overall numbers. So this year, when you can see, we're like, oh my gosh, we started at only 1717, but I can tell you that today's numbers that we pulled show that the high school has gone up from 504 to 515. The junior high went up from 416 to 434. Intermediate went 377 to 387, and Ted Flores went from 420 to 434. So we're at 1763 now. And so 1763 puts us close to where we were last year, still quite a bit behind 24, but again, we expect these numbers to keep climbing. So we're hoping that everybody will bring their kiddos to school. I will say that we had been hit by COVID this week, and so we understand that that's starting to go around. You know, you get some of those at the start of the school year, so perhaps we have some folks who are still not able to make it in, but we're celebrating every kiddo who comes back. One of the other celebrations from last year is that we were able to bring our attendance rate up by 2%. So our goal is 96%, but to celebrate, coming up 2% is quite a bit. And so, want to thank all the parents for helping get the kids here to school. And again, our goal is 96%. When kids are here, they can learn. And so we're going to continue to push attendance. I know that Ms. Talamantes has already challenged her students to keep the big, beautiful green belt on their campus. And there you go. Yay. So those are numbers that we're going to track on the daily with the principals and working with identifying those students who may need some extra supports to get to school. Because we know it's not always as simple as wanting to come to school. Sometimes there are some barriers. So we're working on helping to break those down. We do have a lot of new Mavericks to celebrate. We have a couple of new principals, Ms. Quinones and Mr. Solis. We also have, so far, 59 new team members joining Persol across all of our campuses and all of our departments. And we enter the new year pretty staffed. We've got about 4 professional openings across campuses. But the principals did an amazing job, and they also all said to thank the board, because once those new salaries came out, they had a lot more applicants choosing Pearsall. It made a difference to say that they could come here and make a much higher salary than they could in neighboring districts. So that was huge. Yes, so thank you, board. Thank you, board. We know that was not easily done, but we appreciate you making that priority for our staff. We have a new school bus. We're very excited about that new school bus, going to get it in the rotation. We also have a new scoreboard, and we are looking forward to using it. Next week, we will have on the 27th, we will have our first home game, right? Our JV will start here at home, the regular season. And we will have our varsity away on that Friday, but that Thursday night, that scoreboard will be ready to go. So we're working closely. Coach Cantu is with Daktronics and Hellas and our engineers to make sure that the last little pieces are being done. The hot water system is working. We found a few other things that needed to be fixed, which happens when you're working with some older systems, but we're excited that our kids are going to have at the high school hot water in their locker room so that they can get cleaned up after those morning practices. We're also very excited about the new flooring in the athletic in the high school locker room for varsity football, the varsity sports out there. It hadn't been redone, I think, since it probably was opened, and I know 93, 94 school year. So we got a new floor in there, which we know will also help with health and safety. It's a really exciting look. So I know that the facilities committee will look forward to going through and seeing some of that happening. We identified the source of the gym leak that happened over the summer at the junior high, and that was fixed. Yes. They found it was a pinpoint up there, and it showed up when we got some rain this summer again. So I'm just glad that they weren't in class when we dealt with that. They got that all cleaned up. We also, as you heard in July, we've had lots of work done on the campuses to work at beautifying and cleaning it up. So we still have the track that will be completed coming up here soon. That surface has to cure, so there are many days of wait in between it. So we will have the field ready to go, but the track right behind the scoreboard will still not be operable for a little bit. We also did an end-of-year survey, and we asked our community, both our employees and our families, to give us some feedback on how we're doing. And here are some of the themes that came back from the staff. They asked for more consistent updates from the administration at the campus and the district level. They asked for workload and student behavior management. Those were some top concerns, which I think are pretty universal. And also, they felt that some of the curriculum resources and training were noted as extra helpful supports. We had most of the parents who responded were from the high school, but we did have representation across all of our campuses. They asked for more consistent communication and follow through as well. So communication was a big theme, a big takeaway for us on that one. They really valued the extracurricular activities and the tutoring. and calls for more consistency. And teacher presence and the meals, the cafeteria meals, were areas for continued improvement. So, we just want to say that, we hear you, and now, we listen, and now we're doing, and we're going to be measuring ourselves on this. So we will be sending out beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year surveys to the staff and to the families in the community, and also to our students. Our oldest students certainly are a voice that we want to capture. And we'll be taking that feedback and putting that into our action plans as a part of our district improvement plan as well. So we talked about accountability. It's been super exciting to get those scores back. When we talked to the board in June, when we first had our preliminary numbers, we gave you the most conservative of estimates, and we said we knew that we were going to get up to a C. We weren't sure how high. And we said, we think the campuses may go up one letter grade, but then to see the intermediate, and Ted Flotis is tied to the intermediate, and the junior high to go up 2 full grades, and then to see the high school go up as high as it did, and to see all of them get distinctions. And not just in growth, but also in performance in science and math, and post-secondary readiness. Those are something to truly be celebrated. When we looked at how are the folks in the rest of the region doing and in our area, we went from last year, the closest 8 districts around us, we were number 7 of 8, and now we're number 3 of 8. And we're just a couple of points behind the folks who are ahead of us. So we're super excited, and we know that this is everybody. This, the kids did the work because the teachers did their job, because the administrators supported them, and all of us who support them did that because the board had a compelling vision, and you put the resources behind it to make it happen. So it was no small thing. This is certainly something to celebrate, but we're not done yet. This is the beginning. It's a foundation we're laying because we know that we can do this. We're going to continue to do this. We're going to continue to grow and to achieve, and that just means way more opportunities for our kids. So we're very excited about that. We're also telling teachers this is our TIA year. We were accepted by the state, so this is our year to measure. So they will look at our data this year. They will look at our teacher appraisals. They will look at our student performance, and they will make sure that all the data aligns, that we have some good systems in place, so that at the end of next school year, not in 26, 27, but in 27, 28, so in May of 28 is when the board will be able to present some of those big checks to teachers. So we're excited about that, because if we have this kind of growth from our kiddos, that's going to mean a lot of teacher incentive allotment money to our teachers. So we're very excited about that. And it was time for some more selfies, and so we'll start that back up again. It was a lot of fun when I was going through a drive-thru here, and little girl said, "Hi," and she goes, "Hey, are you still doing selfies?" And I said, "Absolutely, jump in." And I was like, "I look great. It's the end of a long day. Here we go." So thank you, Ben's Taco Stand. Also, our alum who come to meet the Mavs, it's great fun to see our kids come back, and then we were able to go to see some lunches there with kids, and it was just a lot of fun to see so many kiddos excited about the start of the school year, and so that was a real treat. So I just want to end with, that we are Pearsall, and we are stronger than we were last year, but we're not finished yet. So we look forward to bringing you all updates on the amazing things that take place across this district as the year goes through. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Spoor. I do want to say that it is so nice to see the growth in math and science, specifically because I know last year we did look at those academic stipends, and I think that our teachers really jumped on it. So great job, math and science teachers as well.
Yes, ma'am, and we did have some teachers who said, I want that stipend. We said, go take the test, and they went and took the test and challenged it. We had, two? One person who challenged it. So we're telling the others, if you want to challenge the test, go challenge the test, and the stipend is yours, because we do recognize that that is a lot of content that they get to stay on top of. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being here, and I just want to apologize for being late. Life happens. First of all, I just want to thank each one of y'all for being here. I just been saying that, right? But Anyway, thank y'all for y'all's presentation and Dr. Spohr, your report as well. And thank you, ladies, for making sure that we have a quorum, you know, so, Board Secretary, Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez, thank you for, you know, presiding over the meeting, and you will continue to finish off this meeting. Thank you.
So we've concluded on our presentation, so we want to now do a special recognition. It is now my privilege to recognize former Pierce ISD board member and president, former president, Mr. Matthew Aguilar, who was selected for the Leadership TASB class of 2026 and has earned the distinction of Leadership TASB Master Trustee. Congratulations, Matthew, on this outstanding achievement. We will have Ms. Ginger Friesenhahn to make that special recognition as well.
I would like to start by saying Ms. Friesenhahn is the representative that you voted on for the TASB Board of Directors to represent Region 20. So thank you for coming out, Ms. Friesenhahn. Appreciate that.
Members of the board and Pearsall ISD community. I am Ginger Friesenhahn. I'm with East Central ISD in San Antonio, and it is truly an honor to be here this evening to recognize my friend and fellow Leadership TASB class of 2026 graduate, Matthew. Leadership TASB is much more than your average board training. It is a year-long leadership program that brings together trustees from across Texas. Throughout the year, we traveled the state, visited school districts, studied governance and leadership, learned from educational leaders, and probably most importantly, learned from each other. I can tell you firsthand that completing Leadership TASB takes a significant commitment. It means time away from our families, our jobs, and our own districts, while challenging us to look beyond our local communities and become stronger leaders for public education. Matthew and I were fortunate to go through that journey together, and I'm especially happy that I get to be the one standing here tonight to recognize him. By completing the program, Matthew has earned the designation of Master Trustee, the highest honor TASB bestows upon a school board member. It represents not only the completion of Leadership TASB, but a commitment to continued learning, thoughtful governance, and serving students and communities. So Matthew, it is my privilege to present you with your Leadership TASB diploma and officially recognize you as a Master Trustee. Congratulations, my friend. I'm proud to call you a fellow Leadership TASB graduate, a fellow Master Trustee, and most importantly, a friend.
Okay, so we will now proceed with our consent agenda. We will now address the consent agenda items. Unless the board member wishes to remove any item for separate discussion, the items will be acted on as presented. Is there any request to remove any item from the consent agenda? Martinez, are we okay? Mr. Ramirez? Mr. Gondara? Mr. Rendon, we're good? Okay. Okay, so may I please have a motion so that we can approve the consent agenda items A and B as presented? Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Juanita Rendon to approve the consent agenda items as presented. Can I have a second, please? Ms. Diana Hughes will second. So, what do we say? All in favor?
All I gotta say real quick, I'm just gonna stay from the 7/27/26 meeting, since I was absent, but other than that.
All right, thank you for that. All right, so all in favor? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 5, so the motion passes. So we will 5-0, 5-0. O is not a number. Okay, all right. We will now address action items. Each item will be presented and the board will be asked to vote. So we will start off with our T-TESS appraisers and appraisal calendar.
Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board, Dr. Spohr, and members in attendance in the audience here this evening. It's my pleasure to present some action items here this evening. The first one being the T-TESS appraiser and appraisal calendar. This is a yearly requirement that the board approve the appraisal calendar and also the list of appraisers in the district. We are recommending your approval for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. So, are there any questions? All right, so may I have a motion to approve the T-TESS appraisers and appraisal calendar for the school year 2026 and 2027 school year?
I make the motion to approve the T-TESS appraisal list as presented.
Okay, so Mr. Lionel Gondara has made a motion. May I have a second? Ms. Juanita Rendon will second. All in favor? So we have 5-0. So we'll record it as that. Thank you all. Okay, the next item is the 4-H resolution, and will also be presented by Mr. Adam Martinez.
Thank you. The Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Service has requested that Pearsall ISD recognize the Frio County 4-H organization as an extracurricular activity for the 26-27 school year. Board approval of this resolution would allow Pearsall ISD students participating in 4-H activities to receive extracurricular status and participate in accordance with applicable laws and provisions of the Texas Administrative Code. We are recommending approval of this 4-H resolution.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on the recommendation? No? Okay, so if there are no questions, may I please have a motion to approve?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution recognizing the Frio County 4-H organization as an extracurricular activity for the 2026-2027 school year.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Adrian Ramirez. Can we have a second, please? All right, Ms. Diana Hughes will second. So we will vote. So all in favor? All right, so 5-0. So motion passes unanimously. Okay, all right. Our next action item is our memorandum of understanding with Southwest Texas College. So Mr. Adam Martinez will make that presentation as well.
Thank you, esteemed board members. Once again, this is the Memorandum of Understanding with Southwest Texas College. This is our annual agreement with Southwest Texas College to provide dual credit classes to students in both the core curriculum and college and career technical education courses. So we are recommending approval to continue with this Memorandum of Understanding with Southwest Texas College.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. So before we vote, if we can just make a record note that Mr. Logie Rodriguez has joined us, and it is now 7:37 p.m. Thank you for being here. All right, so Mr. Adam Martinez has presented on the Memorandum of Understanding with Southwest Texas College. Can we please have a motion if we would like to move forward with this?
Well, first of all, we've been having this MOU with Uvalde. It used to be junior college, now it's college.
Yes,
And I think the district has done well with their students, receiving associate degrees. And I can't remember the number that we had this past year, but it seems like it just continues to grow. So I'm fully in favor of it. So I make a motion to accept the MOU as presented.
Okay, Mr. Lionel Gondara has made a motion. May I please have a second? Ms. Juanita Rendon has has seconded the motion, so all in favor? MOU. Yeah, for the Memorandum of Understanding with Southwest Texas College. Okay, all right, so we have a vote of 6-0, so the motion passes unanimously. Okay, all right, we'll now move forward to the next item. So the next item is the Memorandum of Understanding with Karnes Wilson County Juvenile Services. So Mr. Martinez, again, will present.
Absolutely. Had an opportunity to work with the counselor at the intermediate, Ms. Josefa Olvera, and she brought to my attention that we have had a good partnership in the past with Karnes Wilson County Juvenile Services to work with our students, and we wanted to bring that back in our expanded efforts to really reach the child and really look at how we can really support the whole complete child in their needs. So this will help us expand not only at the campus level, but we are having Pearsall Academy now come into play into the district, and Karnes and Wilson County, they will be able to help assist with our DAEP students and our Pearsall Academy students as well. So I am very much highly recommending that we are approving and putting this into play for our students in Pearsall ISD.
I'm excited to hear that we're also servicing our students through, at DAEP, so that's great to hear that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are there any questions?
Oh, and before we, just one quick second. This MOU comes at no cost to the district, so I wanted to make sure that we also understood that as well. So these are gonna be no cost to any student, parent, any student, anything like that. So this would be free of charge.
So it's a win-win.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Absolutely.
right, thank you for mentioning that. Okay. All right, so no questions. So may I please have a motion to vote on this item, please?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the Memorandum of Understanding with the Karnes Wilson County Juvenile Board HHSC program for the 2026-2027 school year effective September 1st, 2026 through August 31st, 2027 as presented.
Okay. So we have a motion by Ms. Adrian Ramirez. May I please have a second? Okay. Ms. Juanita Rendon will second. All in favor of the motion? Okay, so we have a 6-0 vote, so the motion passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to the next item. Mr. Martinez will now present on OFSDP application.
Esteemed board members, this is the last item that I'll be here presenting to you this evening. As a part of the VI.A Academy, we do have the opportunity every year to present to the board for approval the optional flexible school day program application. This is a requirement for us to be able to utilize this optional flexible school day program. We are highly recommending it as it is a huge part of our VI.A Academy endeavors, so we would very much encourage the board to take action to approve this item.
All right, are there any questions? I think it's a great incentive to definitely, help those students that have excessive absences and need credit recovery.
And one thing just to add as well in that line, we are in our application having our hours expand even into the early evening, so that if students, maybe they have the situation of they're having to work a job or they're having to fulfill other requirements, it's not just the normal times that we have during the school day. We're going to look at expanding that so students and parents have that need. We're going to be able to meet that need as well.
Great, so definitely a good accommodation for them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions or comments? Okay, all right, so now let's, I'll take a motion on this action item, please.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the district's application to participate in the optional flexible school day program, OFSDP, as presented.
Okay, Ms. Adrian Ramirez has made a motion on this action item. Is there a second? Ms. Diana Hughes, second. All in favor? 6-0, so the action item passes unanimously.
Thank you, board members. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Okay. All right, now we will move to the next action item, District Investment Policies and Board Resolution.
Thank you.
Presented by Ms. Lisa Fernandez.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. The board shall review its investment policy and investment strategies not less than annually. The board shall adopt a written instrument by rule, order, ordinance, or resolution stating that it has reviewed the investment policy and investment strategies, and that the written instrument so adopted shall record any changes made to either the investment policy or investment strategies. The district's investment policies have been presented to the board for review, consideration, and approval. Also included is a board resolution to confirm the annual review and adoption. I recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the district's investment policies and adopt the board resolution as presented.
Any questions on the information that's been presented by Ms. Lisa Fernandez? So if there are no questions, may I please have a motion to move forward on this action item?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt a resolution affirming its annual review of the district's investment policy and investment strategies and recording any changes made as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Lionel Gandara. May I please have a second? Okay, Ms. Juanita Rendon has made a second. All in favor? Okay. All right, so we'll move forward with a 6-0, so the action item, or the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, the next action item is the TASB Risk Management Insurance Renewals.
Yes, ma'am.
Presented by Ms. Lisa Fernandez.
The TASB Risk Management Fund is the oldest and largest risk pool serving Texas public schools. It offers comprehensive, not-for-profit risk solutions tailored for the education sector with proactive focus on risk management and cost effectiveness. The coverage includes property, auto, school liability, privacy, and information security. The total proposed contribution for 26-27 is $332,905, which is a slight decrease from last year's contribution. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approves the TASB Risk Management Fund insurance coverage renewal for the 26-27 school year as proposed.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, so we'd like to move, make a motion. Would anybody like to make a motion on this action item?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the TASB, the TASB Risk Management Insurance Renewal as presented.
Okay, Ms. Juanita Rendon has made a motion. Is there a second on this action item? Ms. Diana Hughes has seconds. All in favor? All right, so we have a 6-0 vote. So this action item, this motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next item, workers' compensation renewal, presented by Ms. Lisa Fernandez.
Workers' Compensation Solutions provides the district with the modified self-insurance workers' compensation program, which allows the district to proactively manage long-term costs associated with providing care and recovery for employees with work-related injuries or illnesses. The 2026 client proposal presented by the Livonia Insurance Agency is a renewal of our current workers' compensation coverage provided by Workers' Compensation Solutions with the 3-year rate guaranteed. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approves the Workers' Compensation Solutions coverage renewal and interlocal addendum for the 2026-27, 27-28, and 28-29 school years as presented.
All right, are there any questions on this action item? Okay, may I please have a motion to move forward on this item, please?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the 2026 workers' compensation renewal proposal presented by the Livonia Insurance Agency with a 3-year rate guarantee as presented.
Okay, we have a motion presented by Ms. Adrian Ramirez. Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Logie Rodriguez will second. So all in favor, please? Okay, all right, we have a 6-0. So this action item passes unanimously with a 6-0 vote. Next item presented by Ms. Lisa Fernandez as well, the recapture.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. The recapture refers to excess local revenue that the state has determined is due back from the district because we're classified as a property wealthy district, and that's based on projected enrollment and result in ADA. And we've chosen for TEA to reduce our excess local revenue by approximately $141,000 with the district's purchase of attendance credit. Our recommendation is to approve the purchase of attendance credit netting Chapter 48 funding. If so agreed, the following motion must be recorded in the board minutes, and that's the motion that's on the agenda item sheet.
Are there any questions on this recommended item? Are there any questions? Can you explain this to me, please?
Mhm.
This just means that we are a Robin Hood district, and so we bring in more than the state will let us keep. So we get to give the state back that much money this year. So we will pay back to the state about $141,000. And it's actually,
That's the
they won't give us
district's.
that much money,
Yeah.
but that's what we get to return to the state as a part of recapture or Robin Hood.
Now, I just want to state that's the district's estimated recapture cost. TA will actually determine what the final cost is. And instead of paying them directly, they'll just reduce our aid by that amount.
Thank you. All right, are there any other questions? Okay, if there are no other questions, may I have a motion on this action item?
I move that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent to obligate the district in Chapter 49, if necessary, for recapture purposes for the 26-27 school year, in accordance with TEC 48.257 and 49.004 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Juanita Rendon. Is there a second? Okay, we have a second by Ms. Diana Hughes. All in favor, please? Okay. All right, we have a 6-0 vote, so the action item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we have next action item, we have stipends presented by Mrs. Michelle De Leon.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Presented to you in front of you is the proposed stipend list for the 26-27 school year. It is recommended that the Board approve as presented.
Are there any questions?
This is the same as last year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so it'll be the same as last year?
The only additions is the side part over here where it says stadium. That's for the video board controller.
Right.
That's the only difference.
Yes. Yes, sir, we didn't make any changes. All right,
I
anything
think
else?
the only thing we added was an art, right? Or,
That was on last year's as well.
I thought I saw it was 3 at that time. Unless-
The difference, it says per campus.
Right,
Is,
right.
yes.
I
Just to
saw the
specify
number-
for
I
like
saw the
auditing
number.
purposes, yes.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, if there are no other questions, I'll accept a motion on this action item, please. Okay, we have a motion presented by Ms. Juanita Rendon. Is there a second, please? Ms. Diana Hughes will second. All in favor? Okay, we have a vote of 6-0, so the action item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the next action item, we have ESC Region 20 commitments presented by Ms. Alejandra Ramirez.
All right, good evening. Sorry. Good evening, Mr. President, board members, and Dr. Sport. Today I'm going to review our ESC 20 commitments. Here we go. So the Region 20 commitment system is essentially a way that us as school districts are procuring products or services that align to our school and community needs. This is one of our major operational and compliance supports here for Pearsall. Some of the main services that they offer are administrative and data systems, like a sender that helps us analyze our PEAMS data, Tech 20 also. Another thing that they offer us is instructional curriculum support with Eduphoria, TEAC's resource system, also our bilingual and ESL, as well as our pre-K and early childhood library services. They also support us in HR, administrative needs, health and compliance needs, and also board training, curriculum standards, and other testing compliance pieces. This year, the financial request will be $146,274 with 49 cents. Some of the things that they do include at no cost to us is bus driver physical exams, drug and alcohol testing, and also our pre-K add-on for our guidelines under TEAC's resource system. Some of the things that our Region 20 does commit is ensuring we look at what our state funding is and how can we best use our PEAM system to acquire the most funding that we have for our accountability ratings. also just ensuring compliance with our SPED, ESL, and CTE courses. And also a lot of these services that they offer us through Region 20, it's at a lower cost than it would be if we go directly with the specific vendor like Eduphoria and other vendors like that. Sorry. But that is what our current Region 20 commitments would be. Any questions at this time?
Any questions or comments?
A little short.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ramirez.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, so if there are no questions, may I have a motion to proceed, please?
I make a motion to approve the ESC 20 commitments as presented.
Okay, Mr. Lionel Gondara has made a motion. May I have a second, please? I'll second. Ms. Juanita Rendon has made a second. All in favor of approving? Okay, all right, motion passes unanimously with a 6-0 vote.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our next item then, curriculum purchases presented by Ms. Alejandra Ramirez.
So this year, some of our major curriculum purchases that are over $25,000 support math, reading, science, and social studies. And here is a table of all the materials and resources that we're requesting, which is Educate, Walk with Purpose, which is our math curriculum for 6th to 9th grade, or actually high school. Pearlized Math, which supports K-1 foundational math. Edgenuity, that supports our CTE, credit recovery, and also helping with OFSDP. Presley and Riley supports our mentor teachers and brand new teachers that are straight out of college, so first and second year teachers. They offer DOI mentorships as well, and also paraprofessional learning training. Sharon Wells is also our math curriculum. The great thing about Sharon Wells is that they do tailor it to our needs as well, and they provide us with assessments and a 6-week professional development for all of our teachers in content knowledge and the program. And the last one will be our IXL Learning. Also supports all 4 content courses, and it has a variety of resources throughout their system. It supports TSI, SAT, ACT as well. So just kind of to get into the deeper, so Educate, Walk with Purpose will be, we're requesting $181,500. This would be split within our EMAT or IMTA funds, which is $24,000 out of that, and the general fund would be $157,000 with $500. What we're requesting for this one is they would provide us with our tailored math curriculum for math support, Algebra 1, and several other math curriculum grades. But they will also provide us with 75 dedicated coaching sessions and professional development to our teachers, instructional coaches, myself, and our principals as well. So they would bring their team to help us ensure that we continue on the trajectory of positive math growth. With Pearlized Math, it is a foundational math curriculum for grades K-1. They also provide the incorporated professional development every 6 weeks. So they are providing instructional and content knowledge to our teachers every 6 weeks that they get their new curriculum or start a new unit. And this would also be something that we can pull out of our IMTA funds, and I'll go over what our allotted funds in those pots are right now. Edgenuity, we're requesting $45,400. This is a digital learning platform that covers math, reading, science, and social studies for grades K-12. And also major focus would be for our CTE and credit recovery. And we could also use this for our OFSDP, or optional flexible school day. Presley and Riley is our, would be at 42,000. It's mentorship for our beginning teachers, paraprofessionals, and mentor teachers, and also our DOI teachers. Sharon Wells is also our math curriculum for grades 2 to 5. They provide us all aligned assessments to the standards, printed student materials, and professional development every 6 weeks as well. And then our IXL learning would be essentially our district-wide universal screener. We could use this program to help identify learning gaps and deliver supplemental targeted instruction for any students that are performing below grade level. Ensure that our social studies and science teachers also have a little bit more resources to work with to create lessons. So what I've kind of been gathering is just kind of seeing where exactly we can pull to use some to pay for some of these resources. A lot, 268,000 is in our IMTA allocation, which is our EMAT system. And we also have 214,292 in SBOE approved entitlement funds that we could use to support and fund some of these curriculums. I've been working really hard to make sure that everything is aligned and we're able to use these funds to purchase these curriculums for our students. And that's all I have for our curriculum purchases. Any questions?
Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Yes.
How long have we had that IXL learning?
We have had IXL learning 1 year. Oh, year 3 year. Year 3.
What does the data show on that, the effectiveness of that? Because I've seen, I have a student, I have a kid.
Yeah.
I've seen how that works, and I just want to see or hear, is this really an effective tool?
I like IXL for the uses of identifying student gaps in learning. I think we do need a little bit more professional development on the usage of exactly how the program can be effective for us. It is not a supplement for Tier 1 instruction and for the teacher. It's not something that we need to just put our students on because it's a computer program. But I do see that there is some benefit as far as like data point benefit. I don't have that at the moment. I'm more than able to get that.
It's also an approved curriculum that we can use for HB 1416, which is the House bill for when students fail STAR. We have to, by law, provide more intervention hours for those. And so this is one of the approved curriculums. So it is used for those students in those intervention classes to help us track those hours to ensure compliance with the state.
That is correct.
Edgenuity, isn't that,
That would
does that do that? No? What is?
Edgenuity is for credit recovery. So any students, do you want to?
It's for credit recovery, optional flex school day program, or for credit attainment.
Not the IXL learning?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to see some data on that, like.
On
when we
IXL?
first got that
Yeah,
to-
absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And maybe the purpose of that is great, but I'd like to see, I mean, because I've seen it.
Yeah, I understand. No, I understand.
mind.
No, absolutely. I can provide that data. I actually spoke to them today, and I did let them know that I'm like, hey, I'm want to know a little bit more about the program. Just to be transparent, I have not personally used it as a teacher, but I do see that there are some good resources in there that could help supplement for our students, but also for House Bill. But I can get specific numbers.
And if you can see if it's for TSI.
Oh, yes.
Really effective for TSI.
What?
The IXL learning.
Oh, okay. So how exactly it supports TSI, or what are the benefits?
We use it for our TSI prep.
There is TSI prep on there, and also Star Prep. There's a lot of different resources for prep on there.
So can we retrieve data that shows?
Yes.
Predictive by Excel to how these students are being effective with it, passing scores?
Yes, I can. I can pull the analytics, and what I can do is cross-reference with what the students that used it and how they performed in certain STAR assessments. I can kind of balance it out. It's something that we could do like in-house, not something that they do, but I'm confident that I could do it on a spreadsheet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bass, also for providing that clarification.
Yes.
I've used it myself. I think it's very important that when it's being used, it's implemented effectively, not just simply as busy work. But I like the fact that I personally can track and I can see how many hours did they spend on it. How many questions have they done? What is their percent of accuracy on that particular skill? So you really get to see a lot of tracking per student. And again, if the teachers take the time to look at it, they can see it all. And it's been a good tool for myself, for my students, so I do just want to add
like
that.
to see the data from when we got it to what it's doing.
Where
for us.
it is
Yes,
currently.
and
We're on year 3.
there is a specific analytics tool that I can pull, and it does it by year.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so if there are no other questions, may I please have a motion on this action item?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the curriculum purchases over $25,000 for the 2026-2027 school year as presented.
Okay, we have a motion on this action item. May I please have a second? Okay, Ms. Diana Hughes will second. All in favor of approving? Okay, all right. So motion passes unanimously with 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Okay. The board will now convene in a closed session at 8:08 p.m. Central Standard Time as authorized by the Texas Government Code Section 551.001 under the following provisions. Okay, safety audit. So the Texas Government Code 551.076, 55 audits, assessments, or devices or network security information. Our report. Or dismissal of a public officer, employee, or to hear complaints or charges against a public officer or employee. The time is now 8:09, so we will now move into, the board will now move into closed session. we on? All right. The time is now 10:50 p.m. The board will now reconvene in open session. The board will consider and act if necessary on matters discussed in closed session.
You do not need a motion here because those were done under my authority over the summer, so there is no motion.
Okay. So again, the time is now 10:50 p.m. This meeting is adjourned.
Good job.